Especially our teachers tonight, our teachers of the year tonight. I call this meeting of the May 14th, 2024 PCSSD School Board meeting to order. Ms. Smith, would you please call the roll?
Ward. Thomas.
Present.
Tate.
Present.
Me. Potter.
Here.
Keller. Delaney.
Present. Okay, we have no student board member tonight, so we will go straight to the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please join me? Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right, so everyone is here except Mr. Keller tonight. Our first item on the agenda tonight is public comments. We have 2 sign-ups for public comments. I will read a brief preface. We allow each speaker 3 minutes for public comments. I will keep time for us. Our responsibility is to listen to your comments. The board does not respond or discuss your comments during this time. You have First Amendment rights during your 3 minutes. My polite request is that for any complaints, please consider whether it is necessary to name a staff member to make your point. Our first public commenter tonight is Angela Thomas.
Hello, good evening. How are you doing?
Hey.
Okay, as you stated, my name is Angela Thomas, and I am a part of the support staff PCSSD community. And I just wanted to get before you guys to ask you guys to consider supporting your support staff with pay. As you know, that entry pay for most of your custodians, most of your security, your receptionists at the schools, your paras, your ALE paras, is around the $12 range. And I've been with PCSSD for probably approximately 9 years, and it has been that consistently. When I first came into PCSSD, it was a little harder to get in PCSSD because it was a privilege, you know, and it was a little harder to come in and work PCSSD. And now, over the process of 9 years, I've seen that when we end at our school years, we're short-staffed. There's less employees as far as the support staff, the custodians, the security, receptionists, as well as in the summertime, support staff do not receive pay. So when we leave out our school year, we have to battle with coming back to be able to provide security or provide custodial for the schools and be able to gain these relationships with these students that we are kind of raising up, to seeing that versus supporting our family and finding something else to come back to PCSSD or find something else that pays more to take care of our families. So I just want you guys to consider maybe over the summertime to support your support staff with more pay. $12 is just not enough for anybody with a family, children, to make a living. And for us to come in and support other people's kids and go through so much, you know, in the midst of that, everything is not bad. I mean, there is good. Actually seeing the kids grow and go on to graduate and all that, I count it a joy. But it is only by the grace of God that we are making it out each school year with so much drama and things of that nature that goes on in the schools. We are the front line of the school. We can't make it without our principals and our teachers. They're doing a wonderful job, but they can't make it without us as well. So I'm asking you guys to support your support staff. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thomas. Our next commenter is Samia Johnston.
Hi, my name is Samia Johnston, and I wrote down my thoughts so I would not get distracted, so I thank you for allowing me to come. I come to you today as a mother, alumni, and an advocate for children and families. I come with a sincere concern about an incident that occurred at Sylvan Hills High School on May 1st, where a loaded magazine was found in a classroom drawer by students, and we have been informed it was alarming but not a threat. I disagree. Any part of any weapon that has found its way into our schools is a threat to our kids' and staff's safety and should be treated as such. The only reason I was aware is because thankfully my son was one of those who found it and told. We were not called. Parents were not informed until we insisted parents be informed. I am not here to rehash the situation as we have communicated with the principal, superintendent, and law enforcement our thoughts and concerns. As I look on this and bring to you, I see some gaps in safety protocol that I would hope could be looked into in an effort to secure safety of our children and our staff. Parents every day send their kids to school with a prayer they will come home at the end of the day, at the end of each day, and a thankfulness when they come home. I believe at the very least parents should always be informed of something that is a threat or a potential threat or a sense of threat. A loaded magazine in a school is considered this. Being informed builds trust. Not being informed breaks trust. Being informed a day later breaks trust. I truly believe all involved in this incident were thinking the best was done. But we need better, and I know we can do better. Although I bring this complaint as a concern, I also bring thoughts for solutions I pray will be considered. When it comes to our children, staff, and teachers, I don't think many will disagree to err on the side of safety. Any weapon, loaded, not loaded, attached or not attached, deserves the attention as a threat. Closing the gap on the definition of threat, we need to close the gap on the definition of threat. A call, message sent to parents ASAP of what occurred and the status of what is occurring. All children checked, all rooms checked, all backpacks, etc. checked, not just, as in this incident, only students in that classroom and the classroom were checked. I confirm this with law enforcement. How do we know there was not other threats elsewhere in the building? And lastly, metal detectors do not just need to be brought out at sporting events. Let's prevent during every school day. Let's put a sense of deterrent for any that wish harm. I know this is bigger than just this meeting, and I hope you come alongside me to take on this mission. Thank you for your time, and I pray you hear my heart.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Our next speaker is Lisa White.
Hello, my name is Lisa White, and I am the mother of a daughter who's going to graduate Robinson High School this year in May. Thank you for hearing my thoughts. My daughter is graduating senior this month. She has been at Robinson since 9th grade, which is when Dr. McIntosh and Dr. Pickering came aboard. Dr. McIntosh has always gone above and beyond for my daughter. She has always showed kindness and understanding with every conversation I had with her. She always made me feel like my daughter mattered and that she really cared for her. As a parent, you always want your child / teenager to succeed in school. It is very important to every parent that our children and teenagers are being treated fairly and respectfully. But at the same time, we have to accept the fact that our children / teenagers sometimes are at fault and must face the consequences. Dr. McIntosh and Dr. Pickering do an outstanding job on trying to be as fair as possible and giving students chances to succeed. This is not easy to balance. Robinson requires very experienced staff to deal with the challenges that come up every day. It takes very special people to handle these challenges. At the end of the day, Dr. McIntosh and Dr. Pickering manage the school very well, and I think they have the qualities it takes to do this on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is, and I'm sorry, is it Penny Henderson? Did I read the handwriting right? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Penny Henderson, and I have two children at Joe T. Robinson High School. Abby, who is a senior, and Ethan, who is a sophomore. I come here today to give you my observation of Dr. J. Pickering. I will not paint a picture that he has been perfect in his time at Robinson, because he is not, nor has any principal before, and nor will any coming after him. However, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation for Dr. Pickering and his dedication to building and enhancing the leadership skills with my daughter, Abby Henderson. He saw leadership in her when she didn't necessarily see it in herself. Dr. Pickering is the type of person who asked Abby and offered assistance, any assistance that he could give when she was in the ER with an unknown illness at the time. He is also the type of person who will attend Robinson sporting events while also watching his son's game online, not to miss either one. Family was important. He has also missed events at Robinson because it was his mother's birthday. I admire someone in leadership for putting his family first, all the while teaching the kids that the importance of family and priorities. I am thankful for the time that we had with Dr. Pickering, and I'm disappointed that that time was cut short. If you get the chance, and I encourage you to do so, ask Dr. Pickering about the horseshoe that was hanging in his office that Abby gave him. It's another example of how Dr. Pickering invested in Abby and encouraged her to do what she does best. I believe Dr. Pickering played a large part in developing the person that Abby is today, and for that I'm forever grateful.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Sifo?
Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of Dr. Pickering and Ms. McIntosh. I relocated here from Atlanta, Georgia, to serve as the student pastor at St. Mark Baptist Church. One of the initiatives that I believe in is making sure that there are student pastors within the schools that are engaging, just building mentorship relationships and providing resources. I had the privilege of speaking at Robinson High School's graduation, and that was one of the greatest experiences for me because I was able to see at least 20 of my high school students from our ministry stand on that stage. I was able to watch Dr. Pickering and Ms. McIntosh engage with not only our students, but with students within that community. I've watched Ms. McIntosh in particular support students within the school with resources outside of the school. Students of all colors, of all ethnicities, providing them care, and it was all because of both of their great leadership. In order for our schools to continue to grow and to be a success for our students to go on and have great futures, we need that type of leadership. I am the product of Dr. Cephas Jackson and Miss McCoy in Gulfport, Mississippi. I was born in Zimbabwe, Africa, raised here, and it was individuals like Dr. Pickering and Ms. McIntosh, people like that in my life, that I am able to stand and be influential in the lives of students and teens and watch students go on to be great within that community. So my desire, my hope is we would review that experience that they've had and understand, as the lady before me spoke, no principal will ever be perfect. There's never a way to do everything right, but I truly believe their hearts are always in the right place, as many teachers, as many other principals whose hearts are in the right place to see our students grow, thrive, and for them to be in a safe community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is the last public comment that I have. So we will go on to our next item on the agenda, which is approval of the last meeting's minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Ward has made the motion to approve the minutes, and Mr. Thomas has seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, I will put it to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. That brings us down to certified PPC presentation. Ms. Robinson?
Good evening, Board. Dr. McNulty. We do have action items later on the agenda, but first of all, one thing I would like to say is congratulations to all the Teacher of the Years. Great job. We know that it's been a challenge at times, but we know that you are amazing. Shall I say that you are amazing? I also want to give a shout out to everyone here at Central Office, the school board, the superintendent, Jessica and her team for all the support that you've given teachers and principals, just, the whole staff. Oh, and support staff, can't leave them out. All the support that you've given us in order for us to be able to teach our children and support our students in the way that they need to be supported. So I just want to say thank you, and we'll have more later. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Our next presentation is the classified PPC presentation with Mr. Chesterfield.
Good evening, board members. Dr. McNulty. I was looking at tonight's agenda. I had something that I wanted to say, but I think I hold that. Let me say, I called a PPC meeting on the 7th of this month. On the 7th of this month, and we had a good meeting. All the individuals that serves on that committee voted the same way. And I see down here at the bottom, Dr. Williams, about the bad weather. You see it down there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna yield to her right now, because she did a perfectly good job in the meeting. And I can also yield to the superintendent. He was there. Okay? All right, thank you.
Dr. Williams, were you expecting that? Do you want to come? You've been yielded to.
Well, I was going to present it later, but I can come now.
Well, we're not going to vote on it now, but Mr. Chesterfield, do you really want her to talk right now, or can she talk later?
She can talk right now.
Okay. Just give us a little preview of what we're looking at.
Good evening, everyone. At the classified PPC meeting, we did bring before that committee a proposal for the resolution that will be brought up later to address the inclement weather days that we experienced this year, 1.5 days in August and the 5 days in January, and how to look at potential compensation for persons who were not paid during that time.
Okay. All right. Dr. McNulty, you were yielded to too.
I was yielded. I just want to second what Dr. Williams said. Looking forward to the action item with the 5.5 days for both classified and certified employees. And let's move forward.
All right. Okay, that brings us down to reports. Using motivation to move the data. Tracy Allen, Wyvon West, and Dr. Nick Farr.
I wanted to walk up first because we know who usually stands in first, and that's Maumelle High School. How's everyone doing? Board, how are y'all doing? Dr. McNulty. So we did our competition utilizing our spring map data to see if we can motivate our scholars more to show some growth. So if you look at our presentation we have here, and looking specifically at Maumelle, we see that with our 9th, 10th, 11th grade in language, we had 6%, 5%, 8%, and some change growth. And then if we look down at reading, we saw with our freshmen 10%, 15%, 22% with our juniors. But then we get down to math, and we see where we need to really dig in and do some more work. We'll see that we saw a decrease in our freshmen overall. And again, this is from our fall to our spring data. We saw that our sophomores had slight growth, and then our juniors took a 10% decline. So we see where the work needs to be done. Obviously, we won't let the other areas fall either. But one thing that I did see in Maumelle, and I think that other principals here will attest to that as well with their schools, is we saw some kids being competitive enough to show some motivation. They were interested in where their RIT score was, and they were interested in where they fell among their peers. And I haven't seen that in a long time. It might be my first year back here at PCSSD, but just among kids, I have not seen that type of excitement about academics. So that's one thing that really stuck with me.
Good job.
Yeah, come right ahead.
First of all, let me congratulate Dr. Farr in front of everyone here. We thought Sylvan Hills would run away with this competition, but we ended the match season in a tie. And so what we have done is we carried the competition over to the spring state assessment, the Atlas. So that will now be the determining factor in which school wins the battle of the brains. And so we will get those scores back sometime next school year. It's kind of hard to know. This is the first year of the Atlas summative assessment. It's going to take a little longer to get those scores in compared to what we've had in the past. But again, it was a fun battle. We were really hoping to see Dr. Farr and his alma mater's mascot wearing it around campus. I know he was hoping to see either Mr. West or I in the Hornet costume, which I don't think I could have fit in, but yes, it was a good competition. We wanted to get back with you all and let you know that it was beneficial. Did not have a winner. We literally ended in a tie when you look at the percent who met growth or met standards, and then those that also had growth, and so it ended up in a dead heat.
Yeah, so friendly competition is always good. One of the things that really motivated our students was that at Maumelle they made like a trash talking video that we got a hold to some kind of way, and so we shared it and showed it to our students, and so that really fueled the fire. I mean, they'd start talking about sports, band, choir, you named it. So we know that with this age, it is difficult to find things to motivate them, right, to do good just because. But I do think that this was very encouraging and motivating for our students to make them want to do well. So as Mr. Allen said, we look forward to the Bears coming out on top once these Atlas scores come along. Great.
A true underdog story.
And so that kind of concludes our presentation because Dr. Farr's got to run to the hillside now. So he's on his way.
One more thing that I'd like to mention. Of course, today we had our pledge to graduate at Sylvan Hills High School for our 9th graders, and Dr. Farr was our speaker. By him being an alum, we thought it would be great. So the friendly competition, even though we had a competition, we still are a team with PCSSD, so I did want to mention that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Our next item on the agenda is the Quarter 4 Inspiration in Education Award with Ms. Duff.
Good evening, Board and Dr. McNulty and all of our amazing teachers and guests. Thank you for being here tonight. You all know the spiel. This is one of my favorite things to do. I only get to do it 4 times a year, but I love being able to have our staff, our students, our community members have the opportunity to nominate people who they think has been an inspiration in education. This 4th quarter, we set a record in total number of nominations with 60 different nominations that came in. After our nominations come in, I don't know if you all know, but then the board, the cabinet takes a look at all of the nominations and narrows it down to their top 3. So we had, out of those 60, 11 different people who received votes. And we had a tie, which has also never happened at the end, but thankfully, I guess, we had 4 cabinet members who hadn't put in their votes yet, so I was able to accumulate those final votes, and we have a tiebreaker. So I have 2 nominations. I'm going to read just one of them because the other one will completely give away who our winner is. So I'll read one of these nominations. This person is a very talented educator that makes positive contributions to our school daily. This person is an expert in many areas and is willing to help all staff and students as needed. This person is a rock star educator that is so deserving of this award. Now, the reason why I didn't want to read the first part, but I'm going to now because it's fun to see their reaction. So, Rachel, if you'll make sure to grab this person's reaction. This person has been working for many months to organize and plan the event for Sylvan Hills Schools to break a Guinness World Record for the longest cumulative circuit. She has worked tirelessly to involve every school, student, and staff member from all 8 schools in our feeder just to pull this together. She's gotten sponsors to fund the event and volunteers such as firemen, military recruiters, and everyone to help as well. This event is going to provide and now has provided a memory for all who involved that will be long-lasting. Sierra Cole from Sylvan Hills High, can you please come forward? Yeah, she came today because we told her she was going to have to talk about this. So it was an easy way to get you here because it just ended, and Mr. Allen is really good at helping. That's fun. I didn't get to do it that day. That is really fun. There's also a really cool $250 check that will be on your next paycheck. And Ms. Richards and I ordered dry erase checkboards, and I left it in the office. But I can get one for the picture, and I'll write it out so you can hold it. But I'll give the board an opportunity to say a few words.
Well, I just want to say thanks. It was a fun event. I was proud. I was glad I was able to be a part of that, and it's really cool to see. It was really cool seeing all of the kids and all of the staff and everybody come together for that event. I will have to be honest. I didn't think it was going to work the first time. I was like, you're going to get all these kids to hold hands, and they did. So I was real proud of everybody, how they came out and showed up. So good job.
Thank you.
I was invited through Denny Tipton and was so excited when I got there because, of course I brought Stella, and she got to go and meet all the little kids and got to walk around, and I got to see faces of teachers and staff at the elementary I hadn't seen in years or I just see on social media. And then when I saw the excitement in your son's face and that he was just like overwhelmed, I think more than anything, he was so proud, and I'm so proud for you to have followed through with his dream. You did an amazing job as a mom and an educator. Thank you.
And for those of you who don't know, and Mr. Allen and I spoke about this, right as this was coming to a head, they had a vacancy with their testing coordinator. So she had to take over testing coordinating duties 2 weeks before this event was supposed to happen. So you can finally catch up on sleep now because it's over and the evidence has been turned in, and now we wait to hear back from Guinness. So congratulations.
Thank you.
You can have that.
Thank you for trusting me with 3,000 children to parade them outside. Nobody got stolen or left behind. It was a huge success. I didn't think it was going to work on the first try either. So thank you so much. We had a blast.
Good job.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
All right, so one of the most crowded board meetings we've had in a while, and that's because all of our school level teachers of the year are here tonight with an opportunity for you all as board members to recognize them. And I'm going to read their names, and I think 22 out of 27 are here tonight. So if you don't mind, teachers, just stand when I say your name and remain standing, and we'll do applause at the very end. And I've been practicing, so if I mispronounce your name, I apologize, but I haven't been trying to practice. All right. Baker Elementary, Nikisha Cunningham.
Woo! Oh, at the end.
Cato Elementary, Katie Beard. Oh, she wasn't. Okay. Chenal Elementary, Jenny Wilcoxon. College Station, Brittany Leary. Crystal Hill, Kenesha Johnson. Daisy Bates, Catherine Osborne. Harris Elementary, Jared Heyman. Landmark Elementary, Brittany Block. Lawson Elementary, Dana James. Oak Grove Elementary, Kim Lee. Oakbrook Elementary, Lydia Liddell. Pine Forest Elementary, Cherie Tolfree. Robinson Elementary, Bridget Hudson. Sherwood Elementary, Leona Sanders. Sylvan Hills Elementary, Stephanie Beeland. I didn't come over to you, I'm sorry. Beelan. William Jefferson Clinton Elementary, Lakeisha Banks. Maumelle Middle, Whitney Walker. Mills Middle, Shantiana Gray. Robinson Middle, Martha Melendez. Sylvan Hills Middle, Michael Boyd. Sylvan Hills Junior High, Shar Dupins. Maumelle High, Joshua Jackson. Mills University Studies High, Amanda Davis. Robinson High, Heather Moreland. Sylvan Hills High, Robin Dunlap. Center of Innovation, Emily Wyatt. And Driven Virtual Academy, Stephanie Johnson. You guys will give everyone a round of applause. So these Teachers of the Year were nominated by their schools, and they had a very arduous task, you might say, of completing the district application, which is a very lengthy application. Yes? It replicates the state Teacher of the Year application so that our district winner will have a fairly seamless transition to apply on the state level. And I have all of the completed applications for the school level and tallying the votes right now, and we will announce our District Teacher of the Year at our awards banquet on Thursday, May 23rd. You as board members all have your invitation. You've received it via email, but now you have a nice, pretty print copy to take home with you and put on your refrigerator. So that'll be on May 23rd, and I look forward to seeing our teachers and the guests you bring on May 23rd. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Out of a busy schedule in May when everything is going on, and I appreciate you and everything you do. Thank you so much.
Okay. I've got to shuffle some papers for a second, so it'll be just a moment. Okay, I've got my papers in order, Dr. Warren.
Good evening. You just heard and met and saw an outstanding group of educators. I'm going to speak to you briefly, but let you hear from the real rock stars who are here, Madison and Alexa, shortly. But I do want to give you a brief update on advancement via individual determination. This is year 5 for PCSSD to be a part of the systems that AVID bring. We have implemented at every school now. However, we have not implemented at every level at the same time, because when we began implementation 5 years ago, we implemented at a particular grade level. For example, in the elementary schools, we implemented at grade 5. Then we add grade 4. Secondary schools and the middle schools, we began in the 7th grade, the following year to 8th grade. High schools, we began implementation in the 9th grade. Now we have full implementation pre-K through grade 12, and our goal is to be school-wide in all of our AVID strategies. This summer, we have a group of 273 PCSSD attendants going to Summer Institute June 17th through 20th in Dallas, Texas. That's where we get the professional development, learn the strategies. This is paid for through our title federal funds. We use no district operating funds. The funds are strictly federal funds that are restricted to professional development. Schools that do not get title money, their money also comes from federal funds that the district will help provide for them. This year, the class of 2024, very special class. This was our COVID class. This group of graduates was our COVID class. AVID is one of those courses that cannot be taught virtually or recommended to be taught virtually. So this year's graduating class is one of our smallest graduating AVID classes, but they stuck through. At Mills High School, we have 5 AVID graduates this year, but all 5 of them have been accepted to a college or university inside and outside the state of Arkansas. At Robinson High School, we have 5 AVID graduates, 100% been accepted to colleges and universities. Maumelle High, there are 13 AVID graduates, 100% accepted to colleges and universities in state and out of state. Sylvan Hills High is our largest graduating AVID class with 17 graduates. All 17 have been awarded to go to college, go to a vocational school. But 100% of all of our AVID graduates this year, I think it's like 41, have been accepted to multiple colleges and universities. Now, just to tell you a little bit about some of them, and the people or rock stars that you're going to hear from tonight. One is from one of our largest graduating class, and the other one is from one of our smallest graduating class. Although very small, at Mills High School, those 5 students have received thus far $377,600 in scholarships. 5 people. Very proud of them. Sylvan Hills High School, see back there? Hold on till you see. The largest graduating class with 17, and I'm just talking about the AVID graduates when I give you this figure. At Sylvan Hills High, these 17 AVID graduates have received $1,603,640 in scholarships. These are scholarships that our students have not traditionally received before, so we are absolutely glad. At the award ceremony for our AVID graduates on April 11th, we had our 2nd annual award, and thank you so much, Ms. Ward, for being a part of that and being there to support our students. We announced all the scholarships that they had received and the scholarships amount for each one of them. But this is the best job in the world. I just need y'all to know that. Being the AVID district director, because I get to see our return on the investments. And that's our students graduating with opportunities to go on to colleges, universities, vocational schools, opportunities that they did not have. Now, I couldn't do without it. I got 2 right-hand women. Georgette Sierra, stand up. They don't want to stand up. Georgette is my AVID district coach who supervises the Robinson and the Mills feeder. Renea Smith, stand up. They didn't know I was going to make them stand up. Renea is the AVID district coach who supervises the Sylvan Hills and the Maumelle feeder. they actually go in and coach teachers on strategies that we've learned in the summer, because you cannot have a one shot of professional development, think that the summer professional development is enough. It is absolutely not enough. Now, with that said, I want you to meet the real rock stars, and Madison from Mills University High School is going to do.
My name is Madison Giles, and I'm a graduating senior from Mills High School. Avid has made a difference in my life by helping me build character, gain leadership, and of course, taking notes. Avid has... Can I start over?
You're good.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
You're doing
I'm
great.
kind of
You're doing great.
for no reason.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. They have always been there for me and were very supportive. An Avid group is a group that will brighten up the day, leaving with a smile on your face. Because of Avid, I got accepted to UCA with $18,000 in scholarships, Philander with $85,000, and lastly UAPB with $89,000. I will be attending UAPB to get my degree in biology and later leaving for a dentist program to become an orthodontist. Thank you.
Told you, return on investment. Alexis is from Sylvan Hills High, so we have one from our smallest graduating class and from our largest graduating class. Alexis.
My name is Alexa Jaglow, and I'm a graduating senior from Sylvan Hills High School. Avid has made a difference in my life by pushing me out of the box I had put myself in. My ability to socialize and speak confidently with and in front of my peers is all due to my time spent in Avid. Through this, I was able to connect with people not only in my Avid class, but the people around me, and build up the courage to finally form the friendships I had always been looking for. I have worked hard and stayed dedicated these past 4 years to achieve the goals I had set for myself, but the one thing that pushed me to my success was this program, Avid. Because of the many different learning and studying strategies I was taught, collaborative help from my peers, dedicated time for my work, and my amazing mentors, Ms. Smith and Ms. Briggs, who helped pave my way to success, I have received $73,000 in outstanding and Bulldog scholarships to Louisiana Tech University and $48,000 in merit scholarships to the University of Tampa. I plan to attend Louisiana Tech University with a major in political science and government and a concentration in pre-law to become a civil rights attorney. And Avid made that difference.
Return on investments. That's why we do what we do. Avid is making a difference, a very positive difference for our students. We thank you. I want their families to stand up. Alexa's family's here, Mom, Dad. Madison's family's here. Get up. We don't want y'all because we thank them for entrusting their children with us. Thank you all so much.
You
got any questions for me?
Board, questions for Dr. Warren or others?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Okay, our next item on the agenda is financial updates with Ms. Rowlett.
Good evening, Board, Dr. McNulty. Mr. President, can I get moved to something else so I don't have to come behind all the good stuff with the boring stuff? You know, it's just like, oh, she got to get it behind that. We received our audit. The auditor finished up with us. So I've shared, given each board member a copy of that. I know you all have not had a time, probably have not had a time to look at that. But we received the same finding that we always receive, and it's on page 27 of the audit. Just just for people who may or may not know, when you get audited, you have material weakness, significant deficiencies. Those are the two. And as long as you don't get anything material, your audit is good. And as I've said in the past, we have 26 bookkeepers. We have millions of dollars in funds. So if we can pull off an audit like this, it's really a good thing. So the significant deficiency is the segregation of duties. And I shared with the board president, our answer to the audit is the same as it always is. And I'm sorry, I didn't make copies for you all as well, and I'll get that to you. But we're just gonna continue doing what we've been doing, telling them how they're supposed to do it. Ms. Bryan, our Director of Auditing and Accounting, has committed to having quarterly meetings with them, reiterating the steps that they need to take to make sure all of their cash receipts are receipted daily, and the receipt books are numbered and all of that, and make sure that everything's in line. So we're committed to try to get that better. Any questions about it? I know that was a very brief synopsis, and if you all have any questions after you read it, you can email myself or Ms. Bryant.
So there was a management letter, and
Yes,
it was about the same thing that but we don't usually get a management letter on
No.
it. We usually just get the finding.
Right.
But essentially, the answer to the management letter is the same to the finding, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The only thing we're gonna do different now is have quarterly trainings.
Okay.
Because we have what we call a Tier 2 training, and the state requires every school district in the state to have a Tier 2 training. And really, on the state requirement level, it's just that anybody that's working with coding of expenditures, they need to be trained. We have Tier 1 level, which is Dr. McNulty, myself, Ms. Bryan, and a couple other people have to go to Tier 1. And what we incorporate into our Tier 2 training is also what our training on our financial procedures. So what she's committed to doing is also doing a quarterly training with the bookkeepers out in the school to satisfy that management letter.
Okay, so we've interacted with the state about the management letter. You've done a response to it.
Yes, we've done a response to it. Ms. Bryan has done it.
Okay,
Yes,
all right.
with the legislative audit. Any more questions?
Just a quick comment. I
Okay.
see down at the bottom, it says auditee qualified as low risk,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is really good news, so good job, Ms. Rowlett.
Thank you. It's a lot. It's a team effort, I will say, because as I said, we have a lot of people that's coding and entering receipts and trying to get all those processes coordinated. It's a team effort.
But you're always the face of the financial report, so.
Yes, yeah.
Just to everybody, good job for keeping us low risk.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So now we'll go into my normal board report. As always, this is our legal funds. Fund 1 being the teacher salary fund, Fund 2 operating, and Fund 4 is debt service. You have the report in front of you. I apologize. It's been a crazy 2 weeks. Didn't get to mail it this time, so I apologize for that. You can see we have a low current net legal balance, but it's not a negative. Let's praise Jesus for that. And we have expended 77% of our expenditures, of our budgeted expenditures. So that's in line because school is almost over. The fiscal year is almost up. We have received 70% of our revenue. You will notice if you've been comparing reports to reports, there has been some increase in the expenditures, but also increase in the revenue. They both increased about $3 million. I just want to bring that to your attention. The revenue has increased, and so have the expenditures. Now, we know that part of that increase is for the buses. I had to put that for expenditure. That was about $1.6 million. They gave us back 1.3, so that had to go down in the revenue side. Some of our state aid increase, originally when we got our report back in August or whatever, they had that we were going to get like $1.5 million or so for what we call the true up in between what we collect in taxes and what we should have collected on that 98%. They've increased at $1 million, so that's part of that. So part of the increase in revenue, and also we got a grant for security, so that's kind of a wash. Any questions?
Questions for Ms.
Any questions?
I think we talked about this last month,
Uh-huh.
but do we know at this point how much percentage-wise we are up in revenue from last year?
Up in revenue from last year is about 7%. Okay. 7 to 10. So, now, well, if that was taxes, we were up 14%, but overall was 7, and I'll double check that as well. Now, if you go down to the bottom of your report, you will see that the percentage difference in the taxes that from last year to this year has decreased. And that's because last year this time, our tax check was 20 million. When we got it in April this year, it was only 11 million. And I think I have shared with you all about when they bill the mortgage companies, and that's dependent on when the mortgage companies pay. And the big mortgage company, they didn't pay early. They paid a little later. But good news is we have received that big tax check. So I think I know I reported at the last board meeting between now and then we would get 50 million. So we have gotten like 51 million. That's including the 11 plus the 40,000 that we got like 1 year or two, 41,000. So we're running good. I feel good about the ending balance. Still should be about 12 million. But we are running over on some things, but with the increase in the revenue, we should be good. Any other questions? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I'll save it. It's more for Dr. McNulty than it is for you, so I'll talk.
It's an opportunity to ask me now.
Okay. So we're at a lot in revenue.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like we're maybe spending just as quickly as we're bringing it in. So I would like to know what cuts have been made.
So actually, we have looked at teacher cuts, and right now we are down 17 from the middle school cuts that we talked about at the beginning of the year, and then we also cut DVA. And we're still looking at allocations, and we're looking at some reductions there. So we're hoping to have about $5 million of cuts for next year.
Okay, so.
And that counts like software programs that we just don't utilize, and some also, we won't have the expenditures for the buses. And this is all things that we've been talking about as a finance team.
Okay, so I guess I understand the staff cuts is based on, eliminating the DVA and the block scheduling changing a little bit for next year.
Well, we moved from, in the middle schools, we had block every day, which were extra staff members. So now we have the AB block, which is the traditional block.
Right, which is gonna help with staffing.
It sure will.
Because middle schools and high schools will be able to essentially share teachers, right?
There's some real benefit of scale with that, so.
Okay. So we've talked a little bit about staff. I would be interested in, if you need to get back to me, that's fine, but I'd be interested in finding out other places that we may have made cuts, like not necessarily teachers, but I think we talked before, and I said I would like for you to look at cuts across the board, starting at central office all the way down. And so we can talk about this a little more later, just because we've got a jam-packed agenda. But
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Yeah, in
Okay.
fact, as a team, we'll address that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Mr. Rowlett, before you leave,
Yes, okay.
I do have to, by law or rule, we have to approve the
good.
audit. So I'm going to make a motion to accept and approve the audit for 2023.
Motion? No, second.
I made a motion, Ms. Smith seconded. Further discussion. This is something we have to do by rule when we get an audit, and so that's all there is to it. If there's no more discussion, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of accepting the 2023 audit, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rowlett.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Mr. Johnson with construction updates.
Board, good evening. Current construction updates will start with Sylvan Hills High School. Sylvan Hills High School, we've closing in the current band room. We were trying to make sure it was waterproof and get that taken care of. The rough end has started or has been completed, and they're hanging drywall on the inside of the building. And we're trying to make sure that we can meet our deadline of trying to get in that building in July. And so this construction firm and team are working extremely hard The district is doing its part as well to conserve costs in the old part of the building, and we're working seamlessly together as far as getting that taken care of. So we're on target and everything's going okay. All right. Mills High School, as you guys can tell, there's a lot of beating and banging going on around here for the last 2 or 3 weeks, but they are putting an astronomical amount of piers in the ground right now to make sure that that building does not shift and move once it's actually built. And so they're form-fitting the foundation of the building, and all of it's working all at the same time. Over the last 30 days, they've addressed the classroom portion, currently working on the auditorium portion, the arena portion, and the girls softball portion. So they're doing an outstanding job through the rain and early spring headaches that we've had a little bit of. They've continued to press and move us forward and help us to firm up that ending deadline for us to complete all of the projects. So very proud of that. College Station will be the last item I talk about. We received a report from the architectural firm in the city of Little Rock with their request for what needs to basically be rebuilt on that campus as far as the damage to Building 1, if you will. The total dollar amount came to $2.5 million. And the structural pieces definitely have to be addressed in that building. So that information was submitted over to the insurance, ASBA, for our insurance carrier, for their consideration, and we're waiting just for a response from them on next steps. That completes my basic report for this evening. Are there any questions that I can answer for you? Anyone?
Questions for Mr. Johnson? Dr. Tate?
I just wonder, now that we've completed a lot of the things that we've discussed previously, if it's possible to get some cost analysis of the 4 schools that we have left that we have work to be done on. It's hard to make any decisions as to what to do, where and when we don't have any cost estimates for any of it.
Yes, ma'am, and if you recall, last May, about this time frame, we did just that. We established our costs. I think there were projected costs A, B, and C for us to consider as far as from schematic design through final design, DD packages for those buildings to give us a cost at that time frame. Costs have not really increased beyond the 40% where we projected last year. It has gone up somewhat, 3 and 4% here and there. I think those numbers are still good numbers for us to consider at this particular point in time. And we can use that as a guiding light to move forward. One last thing, if I can, baseball fields for Dr. Tate. Dr. Tate, we did go back through the baseball fields for Robinson High School were written into the initial building of the middle school. However, due to the VE process and funding at that time frame, it was cut out.
The bathrooms were
The bathrooms.
Yeah.
And then going back to where our standards are right now, I've asked the architects to go back and look at it. I think at the time that the construction was did in 2017, the projected cost was $250,000-ish, roughly. Today's cost would probably be right around $375 to $400. So, but that's ensuring that we have enough space as far as restrooms and concession stands for the consumers in that area. So that's an update for that man.
So the bathrooms, there was a plan for them, right?
That's correct.
Was there did they run the pipes to tie the septic into the main system, or is that, when I say septic, I mean, so.
Did they do the rough end process for?
Yeah, like, so are the pipes, like, there's some pipes that are sitting in the ground over there, but who knows where they go? I'm asking essentially, how much of the piping did they do for the bathroom? So is it something that you can just install the bathrooms, or do they also have to dig up the parking lot and run pipes to get it connected into the internal sewage system, essentially?
It's my understanding that it was, when they VE'd it, they stopped the process completely. But let me, Mr. Delaney, go back and verify that. I can tell you that when Dr. McNulty and I came on board, we revamped the sewer system platform.
Right, I remember.
And tied into the city to eliminate the sewer pond and everything else that was out there. At that time frame, there was no connection for those. And I'm not aware at this particular point in time, without going back and looking at the existing drawings and how far along they got in that process, to establish the fact that something
Okay.
they did.
Well, the only reason I asked is it sounded like you had kind of started looking at it, and so you didn't get far enough to figure out exactly where the pipes, if pipes are there, and if they run, and how they do it, but it sounds like you're saying probably not.
I'm saying probably not to this particular point in time. And one of the reasons that I would say that is the manner for which we went through and looked at how things were VE during that time frame. It was kind of wild, wild west. We'll shoot from the hip and build what we can and do what the money will allow us, and then cut off here and start over here and cut over here and start over there. So I'm uncomfortable saying that, yes, I know for a fact that.
Okay, that's good enough.
That substructure is in place.
Is it possible to get someone to come out and give us a bid on that?
Absolutely.
Specifically?
Yes, ma'am. That's the intention. And once I wanted to make sure, because if you guys look at it, when we first started this process for the 80 million, it was a level the playing field for the secondary platform, so that all schools had essentially the same things, right? One of the last pieces is these bathrooms and concession stand for Robinson. It was one of the last remaining items. Quite honestly, that I was going to try to make sure it was tackled when we did the expansion of the high school. That way, when we walked away from that, we were completely clean. Unfortunately, time and money kind of caught up with us.
Okay. So you think there's, from 2018 or from whenever this was built, there was a plan for them that somebody could take a look and reprice in 2024 terms,
Absolutely.
right?
Yes, sir.
And then all the nuts and bolts, like where the pipes run, if they're there, how to tie in and stuff like that, that's just gonna have to be figured out then. But you wouldn't have to start from scratch in terms of figuring out what to do, because we've got these plans that are sitting with dust on them from
Yeah,
2018.
absolutely. So that 5.5% that we normally pay to an architect, Russ still here, he's not gonna get no more money, so he's okay.
Okay.
He's good, with the exception of one or two modifications to add a stall here and there, but I think he's gonna be okay.
Okay, all right, so that's being looked at essentially as a.
Yes, sir.
As a thing. I'd heard we were looking at doing it ourselves, is that still a plan that's also in operations, or are we leaning more towards the go back to 2018 and finish the job type plan?
When you say do it ourselves, can you expound upon that?
I thought we were gonna build something. Had you heard anything about that we were gonna build our own bathrooms?
At one point in time, we looked at an existing building that's already on site.
Okay.
And one of the questions that I had was trying to make sure we could get students and parents something fairly quick, was to look at that building, whether or not we had plumbing that was already in existence, and HVAC and a few other things, electrical, to make sure we can make that happen. Initial reporting was that we had abandoned the building when we started the construction of the new middle school. But going in and looking at it, the coaches had basically went in and took over the building and said, okay, we're doing baseball stuff and softball stuff in this space. Have we gone back to a place to say, hey, can we convert this space? No, sir, we have not.
I guess what I meant is build, because the 2018 plan would basically be bring a construction company in and complete the work.
That's correct.
I was just curious if there was any thought to having operations just complete the work itself. That's not something y'all are capable of, right?
To that magnitude, I would say no.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, our guys are great craftsmen, and if we.
No, I'm not talking to anybody.
Yeah, but I'm just, of that magnitude of a project, with being consistent with what we've done with the other schools, I would basically have a CM do that work.
Yeah. All right. I'm off this rabbit trail. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, this brings us down to old business. Our first item on the agenda is proposed board policy 9.05, the acting rate exempt allowance. This went to PPC, but I've got a presenter of Dr. Williams, so I'm going to give it to her. But Ms. Robinson, if there's anything you want to say about this, just come on up.
Good evening again. Yes, sir, it did go back to PPC, and Ms. Robinson, correct me on the verbiage. You all chose to take no action. Is that what it was? Okay, they chose to take no action. And so we're presenting it again. And so it is as it has been before. So it's just before you all again.
Okay, so just to remind the board, we've seen this this is the third time we've seen it in some form in front of the board, right? Like, I think maybe in January, February, we saw a version, it went to PPC. Then you brought one in March, and then it went to PPC, and then this is it coming back again. So if 9.05 rings a bell, it's because we've been talking about it since January in some form.
With the various reiterations, they encompass suggestions from PPC at the time when they read it, so.
Okay. But PPC did not ever vote in favor of it or to recommend it or to whatever,
Yeah.
right?
At the last meeting, they voted no action.
No action at the last meeting. The one before, they voted no, right? On that version?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so there's the history of this.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. Who will be responsible for, let me say it like this. Will the supervisor of the employee be able to submit whether one of their employees are doing more work that's gonna fall within the 50% responsibility of duties? Who's gonna get to submit that to you all to even look at and say that, so that it's not just an administration thing?
Well, it would have to go through HR, the superintendent, and the board. It's a process with that, but it would start with that immediate supervisor informing, HR and the superintendent that someone is, not available to complete their job, or that position has become vacant for whatever the reason is. And at that point, if it meets that standard listed in the document, it would convert. And so if it doesn't meet that threshold, then it would just kind of make do, for less of a better way of saying it at this moment. But when it becomes a longer extended time, that's when that would kick in.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what's the protocol as far as the immediate supervisor is the first one, not someone that just goes to the superintendent and says, I'm doing more duties than I.
Right.
So it needs to start with their supervisor.
And it would be the supervising notifying HR that a person is no longer in their position. So say for instance, in the HR department, Dr. Freeman, he is going to be out for a year. Okay. I'm just using him hypothetically. And so I would notify the superintendent, we have a situation, we need to shift some of these duties. We need to shift all of the duties depending on how long he's going to be gone, but we know it's going to be a year. That's a situation that we would need to make sure that those duties are covered. And so if that is given to another person to cover those duties, that would be when this would kick in. But say if he were going to just be out for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, that wouldn't be in effect here.
Okay, and it still doesn't fall under duties as assigned?
Not in the sense that it's an entire position. So if you're looking at, maybe they have to file a report for somebody or, something like that. But if you're taking a whole job, it would be something like that. It wouldn't be like, a couple of assignments. It would be like the entire job or at least half of that job.
But if it's a whole position and we still chop it up into 4 different people, we still paying.
But not at the rate of the full job. So instead of paying, say that person made $100,000.
Okay.
Okay, like the person who really held that job, and it were split to someone else, only 20% of that, 25% of that, I think we have as the minimum in that. That would go to that person. It wouldn't be they would get paid for that whole person's job. So we wouldn't pay someone the same pay that we would pay the person who actually held that position. It would just be a portion of it to compensate taking on that duty, not even to cover you know, in essence, all of what they're doing. Because if they're doing an entire job, paying 25% of what you would have paid a person to do the entire job is just, you know.
Who would have time to do a whole job?
Well, may I be candid?
Yeah.
Okay. So how the whole job is done is being up here until 7 and 8 at night, being at home working till 7 and 8 at night, working on the weekends here or at home, working on vacation. That's how it's done. It's
Okay.
not.
I'm just, I guess my fear is that we're gonna look at putting more money into our top level jobs and top positions when there's classified people that are just barely making ends meet, as we seen tonight, and they're just doing it because, hey, it needs to get done. And who's, I mean, is that because they're not on, contract or something, that they can't get extra money?
Not who? Well, classified people get extra money when they do extra duty.
That's part of the federal law.
That's federal law. It's
Okay.
just certified people don't.
Hourly.
That would be basically.
They get hourly.
If they take up another job.
Yeah, if they take up,
It would be also.
that's the law.
That's the law.
We can't, certified people just aren't covered by that law.
Okay, okay. Like I said, that's the fear that I have, because
Yeah.
I know working at the bottom level,
Oh, yes,
sometimes they
ma'am.
get overlooked.
Yes,
Because,
ma'am.
oh, we just need
No,
it done.
we have, and, I can't remember the month, but was it 2 months, 3 months ago, where you all approved differentials for classified persons? That's what that was. There's several people within the district who have had to take on other jobs, and that's when those differentials are paid, because by law, we have to pay them for taking on extra duties and taking on another job. So,
I just want us to spread the wealth.
right, and that's why it's not, there's a percentage to it. It's not you're getting a person's whole pay or even half of a person's pay, but it is something to compensate. It's almost like I don't know. I'm losing my word here, but it's not. You can't completely pay that person the other salary, but it is something to compensate some of that extra time that is being allotted toward another position. You know, be it half or the entire position.
So they get, $12 an hour? And then if they work more hours.
25% of whatever their pay is, Ms. Ward. So I'm with you. So if we got somebody on the top end, they make $65 an hour, like our example, the 25% is going to be $16 an hour. Where the person that had the job, if they were only making $40 an hour, that 25% for that person that's making 65 is going to be more.
Okay, thank you, translator.
I'm just saying, I'm what Ms. Ward was saying, that those are the questions that I had, the same questions that Ms. Ward had.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to figure out a different way to say it. So you have a person who has and this is in certified, because in classified, it's automatically done. But in certified, if that person makes $100,000 and person A makes $100,000, they are unable to complete their job for the year for whatever reason, and we can't hire anyone at the time. So person B would get 25%, you know, like a 25% of whatever that percentage is. And so that would be how it would go. It wouldn't, but with classified, they would get a differential. So say they make $50,000, and that job that they're covering makes $70,000. They get $20,000 to meet up to where they are. And so we have people in our district currently who are taking positions in that manner at the classified level. And so this is just not covered for certified.
But that was one question I had. The other question I had, so this is a HR type question. So it says here it has to come to the board. So if y'all put one of these together, it comes to us. And we read through it and we say, yeah, we think that's other duties that's assigned. Okay, since it came to us, are we gonna be looking at a grievance hearing later? Somebody saying, hey, I didn't get paid?
Well, based on that, based on the policy here, that if the board approves it, if they take on 50% of that job or more,
That's where I'm going.
yeah,
That's where I'm going. So
the board policy would cover that.
Yeah. So then my whole point is that's where I'm going. So the whole point about it still gotta come to us for approval. It don't even matter. Is if we put the policy in place, even if it come to us, we gonna get sued if we don't say okay.
But because that's the board, once you approve the board policy. Yeah.
But then why it gotta come to us for it? I'm just saying.
Well, we have to notify you that that's happening.
So this is notification.
It's just like when we hire people, we do the hire list and you all look at, the consent
So it's
agenda.
really just a notification.
So the root of this, just to be transparent, is in the past, we've done this without notifying anybody.
Yeah.
So we didn't feel that was right, that the board needs to be notified. And then we dug into FSLA and we caught a lot of stuff that we haven't been doing, but that's federal law. And so we've tried to make it right. The reason why we're here is that we're just trying to make sure that the board is aware of every action that the district does. In the past, that hasn't been the case. Now, we haven't been in a situation where we haven't filled positions because of budgetary shortfalls. That's what we did this year. That's why we're here, is we didn't want to fill these positions.
Yeah.
But someone had to do the job.
Yeah. And I mentioned this the last time because I think a lot of the focus has been on like district level. This covers any certified person. So that's someone in the building, which we've done that in the past too, without having this policy where we've had, maybe a instructional coach have to step in as an AP or, things of that nature, or have to step in to teach a class for an extended period of time because a teacher left. And so those are instances also that happen. So it's not just at this level, at the district level, but it's to cover throughout and also to make sure it's consistent, because part of it is with some things, if we don't know, we can't fix. And so, it's those types of things as well. And so this would basically codify it where this is the standard, this is what is done every time. So.
Just thinking back when Dr. Guest was superintendent, seemed like there was a deputy position or something that we said that we were not gonna even hire for.
Can I raise my hand to that?
Yeah.
Several of those duties came to me.
Okay. And you did them? Without pay?
At that point. And that's what I'm saying. It hasn't been consistent over the board. There have been places where it has been paid and places where it hasn't been paid. And so this is to ensure that everyone is treated fairly and it's done equitably. And to put a formula in place to make sure it's done the same every time. Because sometimes it's been a stipend, sometimes it's been a contract, sometimes it's been the additional duty sheets. So it's just to make it consistent on how it's been done, because it's been done various ways. And so that's just to make sure we have something in place where it's consistent every time.
Has it ever been done where the human resource person needs compensation because she's still doing extra duties?
I'm not sure specifically. I would have to dig into it. There has been an instance where I think something was either considered or done like several years back. But I will say that I can't give you a definitive answer on that, but I can look it up and tell you specifically. I don't want to guess at something like that.
No, I think it puts you in a bad place because it's like a conflict of interest.
She did. Oh, me? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
you the human resource.
I thought you meant in the past.
No,
okay,
no,
I misunderstand. I apologize.
It feels like a
So,
conflict of interest.
well, and that was in part, and I mentioned this at one of these meetings when we've discussed this, that was part of the reason why it was important to me. What I guess probably needs to be clear is the job that I was officially assigned prior to taking on HR is a position that has many hats. And I deal with many things that over the years it's just been one person doing, and that would be me. They deal with critical pieces that have to go to the state that maintain our accreditation. There are pieces, I'm over summer school for the district. So, I'm over, at that point I was doing, fielding parent issues. They're just various things. If it's just a hodgepodge position, that's why it was called special projects. Because over the years, just things gets developed. And so there are pieces that, because of the nature of the position, I did those things for the district. Now, which is fine, because those are pieces that must be done. And you have to have someone that's looking at it with a critical eye continuously to make sure it's taken care of. Not to say there aren't people who can do that, but at the moment that things happen, we had to move, And so to go through that process, in the future, some of those things, we've looked at ways to try to cut funds and make sure that we still get things done. And those are some things that we've discussed that may potentially make it to the district to try to cut some of the district positions here. But, it still comes down to, if there's work to be done, someone has to do it. And so, but as far as the conflict in that I had to present the policy, whether it's, me in this particular position or someone else down the road, is still something that I think needs to be handled, because we've done it so many different ways in the past. And so part of what I've been trying to do in this position, the new position, is trying to get some of our practices more in line, more consistent, bring us into a more uniform way of doing things. And so that's, this kind of is in line with that. And with our standards pieces, a lot of the HR pieces coincide with standards. So it just kind of works out that way.
Sounds like it's a lot. Would you agree that we may need to hire someone for that piece?
I think that if we choose to do that, that's wonderful. I'll still have to train them. But what we looked at was looking at some of those pieces and reallocating them. And that's something that we were bringing to the board later through allocations. But it does, some of those things do need to be shifted out. Like summer school, it's an undertaking, but it gets done. The bottom line is if it has to get done, I'm gonna get it done. So
yeah, but you're just one person.
Correct.
That and Lord, nothing happens,
right,
get sick or anything,
right,
we may have to shut down.
And that's why we work towards, but we're not going to do that. But we work towards cross training. But at that moment, you are trying to make sure things stay on target and make sure the district is continuing to run properly. And so,
I guess for me, the few times that I've seen where people have come in and complained that they were doing extra work and not getting paid for it, there were always multiple myriads of job descriptions of all varying levels of pay. And I guess I just wonder why you wouldn't just up the person's level to that job description that got the more pay, if that's what they were doing, rather than just giving them on the side here in your pocket.
Well, in some cases that works if there's an up, but if there's not an up, it like with the class, say a person is a supervisor, but they're having to cover for a director, and it goes up. That's an easy that's like a differential. But say the person is here, but they're having to do duties that are under here. You're still adding extra stuff, but, so that logic, I understand the logic there, but it's kind of different if they're below.
Who writes the job descriptions and the pay level?
Well, they're developed based on, whatever that need is. Most of our job descriptions are, they are many years old, and we're working on those too.
Yeah,
But,
that's what I say, why wouldn't you just give them a new level at a new job description level with a different title? If they're taking on 20% of someone else's job.
Well, in that case, that would be basically what you're doing right now that we're trying to decide on. Because although the salary may be here, if jobs are still taking on, that's still adding to that person. That would still be the add. But if they're already here, but they're taking on more, you either stop here or you add here.
Let me try to answer that question. There is a process for setting compensation for all positions, and it's to take it to PPC and say, for example, like the director of HR is being paid an index of, let's say, 1.3, but we think that they should be paid an index of 1.35.
Right.
And then you just propose that to PPC, and then PPC looks at it and determines if you want to bump it up or not, and then that comes back to the board and we vote to do it. The problem can be is if you want to give the raise in the middle of the year, because PPC has to agree to give the raise in the middle of the year. If you give the raise next year, they don't have to agree as long as you follow this process and then do it for the next year. But like we could, for example, propose to PPC to give somebody a $20,000 raise, and it would come to them strictly, or not somebody, but the position, a $20,000 raise to go into effect immediately. Then it would have to sit at PPC, they would have to vote on it, pass it, and agree to do it immediately. So there is another process to do that.
And yes, that is absolutely correct. If the positions are like this, but if the positions are like this, it's different. So say the person that's taking on is making more than the other job. That's the difference. And that's what she was asking, if the person in this particular situation, but in what you described, if they are taking on and they're already at this level and they're taking on, so we're adding, it would go up, and all of it regardless would go to PPC. But in this particular case, if the person is already making an amount that's higher or equal, you would have to add to it.
Well, that's what I mean, is if the position, I know we do an index off of it, but I'm just gonna use round numbers, okay? If the position starts the year making $130,000, and then they change the duties of it to give extra duties, and the superintendent feels like that person should get extra pay, he could propose to the board or PPC that the position be increased to 155, and the PPC could just vote on that strictly, and you wouldn't necessarily need the policy, right? If PPC voted to just give the raise.
Yeah.
The policy basically allows us in a way to kind of bypass PPC when a decision is made with respect to a circumstance. Sounds weird. A decision is made with respect to an individual circumstance. Then the superintendent can just recommend to the board that this person temporarily get an increase.
I think the word temporarily is important, because that changes with, if you change the index, it's not a temporary situation.
Oh, you could go to PPC and just say, for example, I want this position to be at $150,000 for the rest of the year, and then set the policy next year to be back to 130. You could do that, okay? You could, but I'm trying to answer your question, because you're getting around what is another way to have done this, essentially, which is to just change the compensation level of the position.
And that seems like more thought would have to be put into each time you're increasing somebody's salary rather than just saying, hey, could you do this? I'm gonna give you 10 grand, you know?
Yeah, I was explaining in the sense of a differential, because she was asking about
yeah,
the
yeah,
differential.
okay.
And so, when the salaries aren't equal or lesser, it's different to do that. But that is the policy
I have a few questions and comments about this. So, does this impact any teachers or anyone who's building level at this time?
This is all classified positions.
Certified.
So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got classified jobs.
All certified positions. So that's anyone in the building that is on a teacher salary. So that could be your instructional coach, the classroom teacher, that would be coaches, you know, like even the athletic coaches, because they're on a certified contract. So it would be anyone from the building level to here. So it's anyone that is certified by the state of Arkansas.
But have we identified any teachers at this point who would benefit from implementation of this policy?
That's what I'm saying. We have had instances, like right now, currently, I can't speak to one specifically, but I'm saying that in the past, we've done this, just not under this policy, but we've had instructional coaches, or we've had them step up to an AP position in the time when we had a need where maybe a principal had to be out and we needed to have coverage in that building for an extended period of time, or when we had a teacher be out unexpectedly for an extended period of time, and a coach had to step in and be the teacher and continue their coaching duties.
Are there employees that are already being paid for doing additional duties?
Yes.
Okay.
Certified or classified?
Both.
But we approved a classified. We approved a classified policy a couple of months back, but we have not approved a certified policy. Am I correct?
Well, the classified piece is federal law.
No. So the classified piece was, I worked on this, and essentially, if you're hourly, I don't know about classified, because when I talked to the attorney, it was essentially, if you're not an exempt employee, you have to get a differential when you do more work. So, that's what the attorney told me, is because there are classified people that are exempt. Mr. Johnson just walked out of the room. He's exempt.
Yes, salary.
He's exempt. Yeah, right. So, but most of our classified are not on salary, they're on hourly. So an hourly person that was paid hourly, but see, all teachers are exempt, like by the law, it's like in there, it says essentially if you're a teacher with a teacher's license or whatever, you're exempted. Do you know of a certified person we pay hourly in this district?
Not on a teaching
contract.
position,
Okay,
but maybe
yeah.
like a temp contract or something like that.
Yeah, it would have to be a special situation,
Yes,
right?
very special,
For the most part,
limited.
a normal classroom teacher would never
They
get
are on a
hourly.
salary.
Unless there was some weird thing where like doesn't the law require you, like if you do like lunch duty or give up your planning time or something?
That's a stipend.
Yeah, okay.
I should have been more clear with that and referred to exempt and non-exempt, so,
Yeah, we didn't do but we didn't do a policy for classified.
Right.
okay.
We just did those people because of the law.
Another thing that concerns me a little is a work-life balance. So if you have an employee that's taking on 25 or 50% of another employee's job, I think Dr. Tate made mention of this. First of all, where do they find the time? And then second of all, if you're working until 7 or 8 o'clock at night, I would feel like it would be easy to get burned out because you don't have any downtime. And so at that point, I feel like maybe we do need to look at, if it's a critical role within the district, maybe instead of doling out responsibilities amongst several different people, maybe we do need to look at filling a critical position.
Absolutely, and this, as I said, this is for temporary situations. This policy isn't for long-term. This is like a critical needs situation. This is not intended to be, a long-term situation. If, when you look through it, it kind of speaks to, at a certain point, this has to be revisited. So it's not to take place of a position long-term. This is a temporary situation. So that's, but, to answer that part, but as far as the other piece, you know, as educators, that's our life, 7 and 8 o'clock.
Right,
You know?
which,
But absolutely, you want to make sure and do that, and I do an excellent job. They'll kind of, they know I like to make sure I get my time, but you're absolutely right. It's not something that's long-term. This is a temporary thing, and so that's kind of why it's written that way.
but it could be for, in theory, up to a year, right? So if someone, like if someone is promoted to a position and then we choose to not backfill that position, then the person who's promoted, if they take on the duties of their old job, for example, for an entire year, then I would be concerned with burnout, because you're doing a job and a half so I don't know that necessarily not filling a critical role would be the best decision.
I'm not disagreeing. What I will say is this was, you know, this is intended for temporary. And we also, part of the rationale at that point in, because one, moving into a position, if you're having to go in and train someone and do at the same time, that takes time, one. But then we were looking at two, places where we could, make some fiscal decisions. And so there were several pieces to this puzzle, but, you know, the overarching thing here, regardless of all of those peripheral things, is to make sure we have a procedure in place to make sure when things of this nature happen unexpectedly, that we are able to cover people when they take on that time. And it's not intended to be long-term.
Do we know how many central office certified employees this year have been paid for assuming duties of a vacant position?
Yes.
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
Yeah, we've always.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. We've, that's been the same from the beginning.
Will this open us up, so if this policy passes, one of my concerns in the past has been that we're gonna open ourselves up to anyone who's assumed additional duties for any amount of time to come back and request back pay. So that's another reason I'm not really comfortable with this.
Well, this would be taking on, once it's approved, it's, you know, that would be the policy. It would be forthgoing.
So it would take effect, if we voted on this, it would take effect today. It would not cover anyone who has been paid for additional duties up till this point?
Well, that would depend on how you want to deal with it, but it could be retroactive to a certain date. It could be next year. It just depends on how the board chooses to vote on it. So that would be a decision that would come from the board.
As a personnel policy, it can't go into effect immediately without the PPC's approval.
Okay.
It would have to go into effect start of next year, essentially, but if the PPC needs to, that's the law. The PPC has to approve it to go into effect immediately.
To go into effect immediately.
In the current contract year. Okay, anyone else? All right, this is the third time it's been here in some form. Everybody's had a different vote each time. What is the pleasure of the board? You can accept it, you can reject it. What do you want?
I move to reject.
All right. Hold on. Got a word here. Okay, so the first motion would be to reject the policy. Is there a second on reject?
Second.
Okay. All right, if this fails, we're gonna have to do it the other way, but, hang on just a second. Okay, so all in favor of rejecting the policy, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, so who was opposed to rejecting it because they wanted to pass it? Who wanted to pass it? Nobody. Okay, so that's 6-0 to reject.
Okay.
There's another way. We can look at going to PPC.
Massive.
Oh, you don't need to ask me. I want you to be comfortable. Okay, all right, let's move on to the next item, which is Ms. Robinson.
You have a proposed PPC licensed personnel, employment, assignment, and duties. And I want to say that this, part of this too encompasses, D, legal updates to select certified personnel policies. So the board sent us, the letter from Jay Beckett that talked about licensed personnel employment. And then the next month, or last month, Dr. Williams kind of brought this almost part of the same policy. So what we did is we took those two policies and we just merged them together instead of, because it didn't make any sense to come and try to vote on two different things. So we just merged both of those policies together.
So D is inside of B, right? So when if we pass B, which I'm not going to jump ahead of you, we're going to skip over D because D is irrelevant.
So you're looking at it, what says modified employment assignments and duties.
And this is essentially PPC's package of updates, essentially, for the policies that incorporated in what we sent down to you in addition to others, right?
Correct. Okay. And part of it has to do with the law as well, the LEARNS Act.
Okay.
It's just the revisions.
Okay. Well, we just need to, so it's coming back from PPC, so we just need to make a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt.
Okay. We have a motion to adopt.
Seconded.
Second, off of Tate, right? Smith, okay. Further discussion? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of adopting the licensed employee assignments and duties policies, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Next up is revised 3.4 RIF policy.
Yeah, the reduction in force with the board sent to us, I want to say in March, may have been in February. And PPC did vote on the reduction in force, and the only change that we made with that is with seniority. Part of the seniority was in there when it was submitted to us, but we split it up where it said 1 point for 5 to 10 years, 2 points for 11 to 15 years, 3 points to 16 to 20 years, and 4 points for 20 years. That was the only added thing we had, but seniority was already in there. And this is compliance with the LEARNS Act as well.
So before, we used to have bumping, right? And bumping has been taken out because it's a pure seniority-based system, which can't survive the LEARNS Act. But a scoring system like we have here that incorporates seniority but not overweights it, and of course other factors, is acceptable. And so that's what PPC and the administration worked on. You came together on the rubric, and everyone's comfortable with it, right? To your knowledge. Okay. All right. Motion. We need a motion to adopt on this.
Motion.
Potter's made a motion to adopt. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Tate this time. Okay. Further discussion on 3.4, the new RIF policy. Okay. Put it to a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
And
Legal
Mr.
update.
Delaney, I missed one of the other ones that was in the proposed PPC license that was in your legal update, was the renewal and termination. That was the third one that.
Oh, that you were saying was in the one we already approved. So, but like you said, you caught all of those.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, this was sent to us, and it's part of what the LEARNS Act, and it's the model board policy.
Right. So that means we will skip over D because we just passed everything
No,
in
but
D.
no, we have to have the licensed personnel renewal and termination.
Oh, okay. All
We
right,
have to
hang on
have
just a
that
second.
one.
Let me get that up. So you need, which one is that? Proposal 1, 2, or 3? It's the number 2?
I think this was,
You said licensed personnel renewal and termination, right?
right, but in your packet, you remember the packet that was
Yes,
sent
I've
in the
got it
legal
up.
documents? It had the personnel renewal and termination.
Yeah, so it's,
Also in your packet.
is it like this? It had yellow
Yes,
at the top? Okay,
yes.
so this, if you open up, D, or whatever we're on, the legal revisions, we're only looking at proposal 2. So pass up proposal 1, pass up the letter from Mr. Beckett, pass up proposal 1, because that was adopted as part of Ms. Robinson's. We're looking only at proposal 2. So you're saying, Ms. Robinson, the PPC did approve this one, right?
Yes.
It just didn't incorporate it into your packet.
Right.
Okay, so we do need a recommendation to adopt proposal 2 only. Go ahead.
To be clear, this is the licensed personnel renewal and termination?
Yeah, it's got highlighted.
Yeah.
It's got
Okay.
separation of employees scratched out at the top. And then it starts with licensed personnel renewal and termination, and it's all highlighted in yellow. And it goes on to the second page. And it has at the top of it certified personnel policy proposal 2. Yeah, that's it. It's 2 pages. This came from Mr. Beckett. He took model policy and said this needs to be incorporated into our personnel policies. And so we sent this to PPC, 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 3 got included in what we just passed before this one that you made the motion on, Mr. Thomas. So now we need 2. So, okay, so motion to approve proposal 2 out of the legal updates. Ms. Richards, proposal 2 only, okay? Yeah, right.
Second?
Okay, Thomas and Potter? Other discussion? I think it's clear. PBC accepted it, so I'll put it to a vote. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that brings us down to the additional certified hire list, which I call certified hire list 2. It's, we did a certified hire list last month, and this is the supplemental to that. So last month was list 1, and Dr. Williams will tell us about list 2.
You have that document before you. Actually, what that is there were 3 people who were inadvertently left off, a few others who were on a pay code, which was, one was military. They didn't pull at the same time, and so those were missed. And then there was some classification changes. Some way E-Finance pulled them out as teachers and they were administrators, so those were just corrections to make sure that their contracts reflect appropriately.
And this is just gonna be normal going forward, is
Yeah.
we're gonna make a list,
Mhm.
and you're gonna catch 98% of everything, and then you're gonna do it ahead of time, and then we'll have a second list, and then maybe a third.
Hopefully not.
And then, but, I mean, it'll get so small, at a certain point, you could just put it in the hiring report, right? So if certified wants to know who's been on a hiring list, you're gonna have to go back to last month and pull out of the agenda that hire list, and then this month's hire list, combine them together, and that's everybody that's,
And anyone who was not included was notified in writing and in person.
okay,
So
Good.
that was handled prior to the list even being presented to the board.
and we took care of the person, the unnamed person. She's still
Absolutely.
unnamed, but she's somewhere on this list.
She absolutely
Okay.
is.
All right, all's well that ends well.
All right, motion to approve.
Okay, Dr. Tate has made a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Thomas got this one. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the additional certified list, also known as list 2? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 6-0. Dr. McNulty, you've got one on here under new
do.
business for the UALR PCSSD MOU.
I'd like to ask Dr. Decker to come up from University of Arkansas Little Rock. It's a favorable MOU that costs us nothing and supports our staff and students. Thank you, Dr. Decker.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Dr. McNulty, for the opportunity to be here. I'll be brief. I have prepared remarks, but I'll summarize because I think you already have the MOUs in front of you. There's technically two. The first is what we call our corporate partnership MOU. And let me preface this by saying there are two MOUs here. There's no financial cost for the school district. Either party, the university or the district, can cancel at any time. And the MOUs are opt-in, meaning you're not forcing anyone to do anything here. This is providing your employees and your students an opportunity. First note, this corporate partnership MOU. So UA Little Rock has partnered with over 40 companies in the Central Arkansas region, Amazon, Arkansas Children's Hospital, Little Rock Zoo, Goodwill Industries of Arkansas. These are just a few examples. Through our corporate partnership program, your employees that choose to enroll at UA Little Rock can receive a 10% tuition scholarship, a $25 per credit hour book scholarship, and we waive our admission application fee as well. We are extending this to where this will also be available for our graduate programs as well. So your teachers, classified, certified staff, whomever, that choose to start or finish a degree can do so in a discounted way with UA Little Rock under this arrangement. That's pretty exciting. I've yet to meet with a superintendent or a school district that didn't want to proceed with this. The second one I'm even more excited about. This is a first of its kind. This is a district to university, what we call a direct admission MOU. Under this direct admission MOU, your high school seniors that choose to enroll at UA Little Rock can do so with these benefits: a waived undergraduate application fee, a streamlined undergraduate admission application. We pull your student transcripts from the state electronic transcript system, TRIAN, and we will automatically consider, catch this here, this is pretty significant, automatically consider every one of your seniors for the UA Little Rock half-off scholarship. This makes college affordable, particularly affordable. Between our half-off scholarship and the Arkansas Challenge, which most of your seniors will be eligible for, your seniors can earn a four-year bachelor's degree from UA Little Rock for less than $14,000 all in for course tuition and fees. And then this is even bigger. We announced this a couple of months ago. It's something we call the UA Little Rock Trojan Guarantee Scholarship. This is a last mile scholarship. It pays after other financial aid pays for students. So let's say that a student receives the Arkansas Challenge Scholarship and perhaps the Pell Grant from the U.S. Feds, and then any scholarships from our institution. If they have any remaining balance left over for course tuition and course fees, the university will pick up the cost for that. In other words, this is a free ride for your seniors that choose to go to UA Little Rock, that are full-time freshmen, receive the Arkansas Challenge, and receive the Pell Grant. If your statistics for your seniors follow what we see from other school districts, roughly about 56% of your seniors would be eligible for this. I was grinning during the conversation, Dr. Warren, regarding AVID and the number of students that receive scholarships. That's simply outstanding. This is a way to make sure every one of your seniors that choose to enroll at UA Little Rock can do so and receive a substantial scholarship as part of doing so. No strings attached to this. We also don't offload work to your staff. We provide a QR code. Counselors can share this QR code. Teachers can share this QR code with your seniors. They can take an iPhone, an Android, an iPad, a computer, pull up a one-page streamlined admission application to complete this. There's no fees to do so. There's no fees for your school district either. And then your seniors will automatically be considered for these scholarships, half off and or Trojan Guarantee as well. So we think these are pretty incredible opportunities for your district, for your employees, for your students. Would love your support partnering with us, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Questions?
See, it's my favorite word, free.
Okay.
So for employees?
It's for your employees that choose to start or finish a degree. And Dr. McNulty, you and I have not even had a chance to discuss this, but not only for undergraduate, we have just recently expanded this to graduate programs as well. So individuals that want to pick up a master's degree, specialist, doctoral.
What about board members?
Board members, I don't believe you're technically employees, but let's talk on it.
I mean, I can get on board with
Employees
that.
and students, yes.
Yeah, let's talk. Before we vote, let's talk.
We're gonna all end up on ethics charges somehow.
Whatever, he said it.
Okay, so we need a motion on this. Okay, Mr. Thomas has made the motion. Does anyone want to second it? Ms. Ward has seconded it. Okay, any last thoughts or questions or anything? Okay, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of the ULR MOU with PCSSD, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right. Dr. Warren, 2425 Student Handbook.
I need your business card before you leave. Get that to every Avid class. You
Yep.
get, thank you. Thank you.
I'll get you some business.
Yeah. 2425 Parent Student Handbook. Can you believe it's that time of year again? This is an annual event that has to occur. The law says that we have to look at all of our policies and procedures on an annual basis. We have 5 categories of persons that have to be a part of that. Parents, students, administrators, teachers, classified staff. I almost missed that. Classified staff, we always include transportation, student nutrition, and there's somebody else that I forgot. But we always make sure we have everybody included. We bring them together starting the first Friday in March until we get this task completed, because it has to come to you in May to be printed and ready by August 1st of each year is what the law says. Another part of the law says that the discipline section, and we call our student conduct, has to be presented to PPC before I present it to you, and I've already done that. Last PPC meeting, Ms. Robinson and the crew allowed me time on the agenda, and they did look over our student policies. Mr. Bratcher's here with me. He is the chairperson of our handbook committee, and he's the one going to answer every question that you have. So if you want to follow along with him, everything that you see, this is our code. Everything in red is deleted. Everything yellow that you see, that highlight, is either something new or something that we're changing. Your hands, chairperson.
Good evening, Board. Dr. McNulty. How would y'all like to do this process? Do you want me to go through every change, or have y'all received a copy, or?
Raptor, have you seen tonight's agenda? We don't want to go through everything.
Motion.
Fair enough. There really weren't a whole lot of changes. We did some things with the credits. We did, made some additions for our attendance policy for our new school health clinic. We deleted the AMI portion. There wasn't any just earth-shaking change that we felt. I will say that the committee this year, the student voices were just unbelievable. They really contributed. They really were engaged. They really provided good discussion. So it was. I felt like it was our best meeting yet.
Okay. I heard a motion, well, let me do this. I heard a motion from Ms. Ward. Can I get a second to approve this?
Second. Raptor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trusting you.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
all right, you could, now, somebody was gonna have a question, so go ahead.
I just have a quick question. When I was looking at the harassment section on, let's see, page 75, while obviously we don't want anyone to be treated poorly, I wondered if, since the preface to all of this was that we were changing things to abide with the law, I wondered, A, with this gender identity, what law we were following to add that, and 2, why it's under sexual harassment and not just regular
That should not be in there, actually.
Where is it?
Page 75.
That was,
We missed it.
That
It was
was-
supposed to come.
What page is that, Dr.
That's a
Kate?
section, we missed it.
Girl.
We got that out of every place. We got it out of harassment, but thank you for the catch. We'll make note. It's not supposed to be in here.
Okay.
Yeah, that is not supposed to be in there. Thank you. Let's write that down.
75.
75.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll get a call from the government.
Circle that.
I have it, yeah, it's on 75 in section 16. First, section 16A on 75.
Yes, it's in A, and then it's under 17 under A as well. It's in 2 locations on 75.
Okay, all right.
And that's an error.
Well,
Gender identity.
Okay, that's what she.
okay.
Yeah, but he was
It'd
talking
be out.
about a different one. Yes.
All right, other questions?
I don't know, maybe this has always been this way, but I do like it. A student who enlists in a branch of the United States Armed Services or Armed Forces or the National Guard through the Military Delayed Entry Program, the National Guard Split Training Option, or other similar early entry program and completes basic training before graduating from high school shall receive 2 credits, which is fantastic. I wish I had known about that, and I would have pushed my son to go to basic before he graduated. So, but he's graduated and graduated basic, so we're good, but that's great.
All right, we've got a motion and a second on this, and I'm gonna just say that, let's put in there, Ms. Richards, as corrected, just.
Yes, sir.
Just, and that'll note that if somebody digs up this 5 years later and they'll say it doesn't match, it's because it was as corrected. Because that was just a drafting error, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on this. Any further discussion? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the 24-25 student handbook as corrected, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, Chairman. Good job, man.
We would have treated you just that well, Dr. Warren. You didn't have to throw him out there.
He could handle it, but he knew he had, I was backup.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay, the next one, I know a lot of people have been waiting for this one. It's our leave resolution. Dr. Williams, right? Yeah.
So as we discussed earlier during the PPC presentations, this resolution is to address the inclement weather days that we experienced in August and in January, to give leave days to the certified and compensation to, as well as compensation to the classified employees who were not paid during that time due to their non-prorated status.
And so, Mr. Chesterfield made a production about this, so it did go to his committee, right?
It did.
Yeah,
it
so you
did.
took the same document to both committees and
Yes,
got
sir.
the blessing from both
Yes, sir,
sides?
that is correct.
Okay. All right. And this is leave, the mechanics of this is the leave has to be used this year. It can't be banked,
Yes.
right?
Yes, this is this year only.
Yeah, so there's no way out of it.
temporary.
If you come to work
Mhm.
and think you're gonna have this leave next year, you're not, right?
Correct.
Okay,
This ends at the end of this school year.
yeah, okay. All right,
I just want to make it clear, I am in favor of this, but I do have a quick question. This says that we were closed on August 25th and then January 16th through January 22nd. Isn't that 6 days?
It's 5.5.
So we
It's
were,
half of a day on the 26th.
okay, that's what I was thinking for the
when
heat,
weather was
right?
heat, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, ma'am.
It seemed a little conflicting when I first read it, so I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
5.5 days.
they're getting, the mechanics of this is they're gonna get 5.5 days, no matter what the resolution says
Okay.
in terms of its whereases. They're getting 5.5,
Yes.
classified and certified.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who wants to make the motion? Mr. Thomas has moved to give the leave. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Ward has seconded. Any last thoughts? Okay. All in favor of approving the leave resolution for classified and certified, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. They've got their 5.5 days.
Praise the Lord.
I bet those people watching online are real excited right now.
There's
Well,
there's one
celebrate.
teacher I'm gonna email and tell her it's done. Okay, so the next one is classified employee hiring list for 24-25. This is list number 1 for classified.
Yes. And just to preface this, persons who were not included on this list were contacted and given a letter to that effect.
Okay.
And so the list before you are the employees that we are extending for the hire list for next year, 24-25, at the classified level.
Okay. Dr. Williams, there's no tutors on this list I didn't see. Are tutors,
Well, the tutors aren't on the list because for the last years that we've used them, they were hired as temporary, so we were putting them on the
hiring list?
allocations.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because they were never allocated, and so those are the persons we've been paying, but they just were temporary from year to year.
But do they have a contract? Does a tutor sign a contract?
It's a temporary contract
Okay.
that ends each year, so instead of doing that, we were proposing to make them permanent, so, they wouldn't have to go through that every
Okay,
year.
but they're not, but
But they're not on there because we have to bring them through the PPC.
Oh, okay, all right.
That was one of the things that was on
Yeah.
the list, the tutors, the avid tutors.
Oh.
Yeah, that we removed, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. Avid or driven tutors, both?
Well,
We're driven.
one was driven and the others were, they were not a permanent position, so that's why they were on that
Okay,
sheet.
all right.
So they'll have to come the next time.
Okay, everyone's been contacted if there's a specific reason they're not on there.
Yes, sir.
And we will probably have a second list to catch, you think?
Possibly.
Possibly, okay. Check back, okay. All right, so we have classified list number 1. Does anyone want to make a motion on this? I'll move to approve classified list number 1.
Second.
Mr. Thomas has seconded. Any discussion? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of approving classified list number 1, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Those contracts can now be issued. Next up, we have proposed classified allocations. Dr. Williams.
You have part 1 of the allocations. The other part will go through the PPC prior to being presented this year. And so this is the first rendition
Okay.
of simple changes.
Okay. So, yeah. So you're looking at a grid and a spreadsheet of, additions and deletions and things like that for these
Then
positions.
In June, we'll bring forth another
Well,
list after PPC.
what I was thinking is we would go ahead and approve it, and then you're gonna take it to PPC. Does that sound okay?
Well, none of the items are listed on that, the ones that I think you were requesting to go to PPC. We
You made a new
removed-
list?
Well, yes.
Okay, so I just didn't see it. I didn't.
No.
know.
What you have that has none of the additional pieces, they were removed because the understanding was that was what was requested. So all of that was
You're
pulled
talking
off.
about, okay, we're being more specific. We're talking about an email I sent about compensation, right?
Well,
Like, and what's compensation, and what's not?
That email and then a previous one. So we pulled
Yeah.
all of those pieces.
2 Delaney emails,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, but we need to get this list through, and then you're gonna go talk to classified PPC about those
Yes, because the certified group that has the index changes and the increases, that has to go to certified.
oh, it hasn't gone yet.
No, because when we got it, it was the time, we didn't have 10 days.
So we're talking about the choir, you're talking about the choir people, right?
No, you have that. Well, I'm talking about all of the items that were first presented that had new positions or an increase in the number of persons or increase in days. And so those were pulled. And then more recently, a handful of positions were pulled to be presented at a later time after PPC had an opportunity to review them.
Okay, so what do we need to approve? Classified allocations right now? Is that what you're,
That
that's
document,
the ask,
the
right?
current document,
Okay.
yes.
So I'll make a motion to approve the classified allocations,
Second.
okay? And further discussion? Okay. All in favor of approving the classified allocations, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next up, we have
The certified.
certified is it the supplemental?
It's certified allocations should be next.
It's not on your printed agenda,
Yeah.
but it's on your.
Okay. All right, certified allocations is next.
And it's the same things were done for it.
Okay.
So it's just the name changes or the decreases,
Okay.
the RIFs.
All right.
Or,
Okay, Mr. Thomas has made a motion to approve the certified allocations. Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Ward has seconded. Any discussion?
Can I ask what a RIF is?
it's
Removal
like
of
the
funds?
position is cut.
Removal of funds, okay.
Reduction in force, right?
Reduction
Yeah.
force, yes.
Gotcha.
It's just another way of saying you.
The position
yeah,
was cut.
Yeah, right. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the certified allocation sheet. All in favor? Aye. Okay. And then, okay, so
And then
now we're back to,
supplement.
we're back to what's F on this, which is the supplemental index allocations.
Yes, sir.
And that's for certified, right?
Yes.
The choir and orchestra
Yes,
people, okay. Has this gone to PPC?
yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, okay, so this is ready to just,
Now, there is an additional piece, the driven tutors
Yep,
that
the-
were removed, yeah. So that has to
go to,
because they weren't originally allocated. And so since they weren't allocated, we have to take that to them. So they haven't seen that one yet.
are tutors classified or certified?
I'm
Are
sorry.
tutors classified or certified?
They could be either.
Okay.
But they're generally classified.
Okay, so
But it's still a stipend.
but we need to, what we have in front of us are the orchestra and the choir people.
Correct.
And we need to send that to PPC?
They've already seen it.
Oh, that's right. So we need to approve it.
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve, or Mr. Thomas has made a motion to approve the certified supplemental index. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'll give it to Smith. Any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of the certified supplemental index, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Okay. And I'll be back next month.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Maumelle Police MOU. Here we go.
Good evening. In front of you is the memorandum of understanding for the Maumelle Police Department SRO program. It's a good MOU. It has been vetted by the district attorney, green lighted. There is no money. The police department will handle the finances on that. I'm just asking that you approve it so we can get this to them.
Okay, Mr. Thomas has made a motion and Ms. Ward has seconded the Maumelle Police MOU. Any discussion? There's agreement on both sides, so we're good to go. No money's changing hands on this, right? Maumelle's going to continue to provide.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the Maumelle Police MOU, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last one is Robinson Elementary Self-Contained Program. Stephanie Cole and Michelle Pickett.
I'm the support.
Okay.
Good evening, Board.
Hey.
You've had our item submitted. Are there any questions about that particular item?
Questions? Anyone?
I guess just Dr. McNulty, this is something you feel that they need?
We've had an increase in students with such needs, and Chenal is getting very, very, very overcrowded, and we don't get to the point where we can't serve our students in the best location. And I walked with Ms. Cole and our maintenance team the location, and it's actually an enclosed location at Robinson Elementary. As you've been in Robinson Elementary, it's got openings in the ceiling.
Right.
This is actually completely enclosed and has access to the outside. So a lot of the work's gonna be like wheelchair ramps, I think it's an awning, but it's got electrical outlets, stoves. We're gonna have to do some work in the bathrooms, but it's almost a perfect situation, and so we'll be able to serve our students in the west side as they deserve to be served.
Thank you. How many students will the inclusion class hold?
It's a self-contained classroom,
Okay,
as you were
I'm
saying.
sorry.
Yes. It's a 1-to-15 ratio is the max you can have, and with the waiver, you can do 1-to-17.
How many students do we have now in that class?
There's no students in that class now. Our students are centrally located at Chenal, but we have students that are transitioning up from these EIDT centers, preschools, who have significant disabilities and cognitive disabilities. Some of our students that are zoned Robinson Elementary are actually housed or at Chenal Elementary.
Okay.
And so they have some limited space.
All right, so superintendent recommends it. We've got the principal here and our director of special ed, right?
Yes.
Motion.
Okay. Ms. Ward has made the motion. Ms. Tate?
Yeah.
Dr. Tate has seconded. Okay. Last thoughts on this? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, there you are, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us down to comments from the board.
I'll go first. Maumelle boys baseball made it to the championship. So I'm incredibly proud of them. First time in school history. Go Hornets! We had Military Appreciation Night and Oak Grove Night a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it because I was out of town at my son's AIT graduation for the Arkansas National Guard. So, finally he's made it. Super proud of him, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. So I heard that it went really well, and hopefully we'll be able to continue with the color guard next year. That's about all I've got.
I'd just like to say something. I really appreciated seeing the AVID students. AVID's been a little bit nebulous for me in its implementation and what it actually is all about, and it's nice to hear from the individuals, between having the great teachers that were here. Sometimes we get caught up in policies and principles. It's nice to know that really what we're here for are the students as individuals. So I enjoyed having that.
Well, it is graduation time Saturday, and I hope that I'm not left being the only one as a board member for all the schools. Amen.
I just wanted to, we talked about it earlier, to shout out to just the community for the big turnout, breaking the world record, so we're waiting to see how that comes out. Also, I got a chance to go to Harrison to watch some of our schools participate in the state tournament. It was really cool to see the parents and students really exemplify what PCSSD is all about, sportsmanship. We had a couple teams went up, didn't fare so well, but they still had a good attitude behind that. Then also, like we said, we got Maumelle that made it on. So just want to say I was really proud just to be there, represent our district, and to see our students and our fans do the same.
Last Tuesday, I went to the annual Joint Leaders Conference over in North Little Rock and spent the day with our ASBA team, and they brought in numerous speakers, and it was a wonderful day. the whole day was full of information that was a refresher or updated information. And then also, I participated in the job fair, the first ever job fair at Sylvan Hills High School, and I cut 5 students' hair for exhibit because I didn't have my mannequin. My niece forgot to bring it to me. So, like, what better than some girls I know that need a haircut? So that was interesting to for their first job fair. They're like, I can't believe you're really doing that. I'm like, well, it's free haircut. So, and I will be back again. That was fun as long as it's on a Monday. And the Guinness World again was on a Monday. Worked out great with my schedule, and walked around talking to students, seeing faces that I haven't seen in a few years since my kids are in high school and the elementary school area, and love seeing the campus, and all the students were so happy, and they were having a great time. That was such a beautiful event, and something that, that was my elementary school, my kids in elementary school, and to see it this many years later with the students as full and as happy as they are, it just blessed my heart that school is so strong and full of life and happiness. And that the Guinness thing was something that the kids got to hold each other's hands, which, that was really fun, because the whole experiment was neat. And they made it, instead of 60 seconds, they went to 80 seconds, and we're hoping to see how that holds out on the Guinness book, instead of just trying to get to 60. And I'm very appreciative of Miss Sierra for all her work. So.
All right. You were looking like you had other things. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I covered annual joint leadership. All 3.
Okay.
Good. Mm-hmm.
All right. Now that brings us to comments from the superintendent.
Great. First off, let's shout out Maumelle High School baseball, first time ever.
Yay!
And Robinson High School, first time ever. To have 2 of our baseball teams in the championship game says a lot about our athletes and our program, and that's very exciting. I also want to say, Ms. Herring, you're back there, and I know you're trying not to be caught on camera, but I've been at 2 Pledge to Graduate events, one at Mills and one at Sylvan Hills, and they were outstanding. Students were committed, they were engaged, they even talked about the pathways they were going to follow. The energy was great in the room, so thank you and your team and our principals for what they're doing for our high school students. I also got to talk about Guinness Book of World Records, never been part of that before. That was a great experience, and what a tribute to our young people do it in the first time. That said quite a bit. I also want to talk about graduation. Graduation's coming up, and it is a monumental moment in our lives as we get through the first step of going to young adulthood. And it has been an amazing experience for me to be part of since I've been here in Pulaski County Special School District. And again, Dr. Williams and her team of Dr. Williams have done an amazing job. Finally, I also want to shout out Dr. Williams and Dr. Freeman and their team at HR. We had a career expo here at Mills, and we had over 200 participants where we were able to hire for empty positions on site, and that is something we've not been able to do since I've been here. And again, we're getting some amazing candidates to support our students. And then one final thing, I just want to talk about Sylvan Hills High School. They've been recognized in the U.S. World News Reports as a top high school, 40% in the country. And for Pulaski County Special School District, have 6 schools recognized by U.S. World News Reports. Says a lot about the dedication to teachers like Ms. Robinson and administrators like Dr. Kohler, who have done the great work and have really afforded our young people great education. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McNulty. That brings us down to our consent agenda. I'll take a motion on the consent agenda. Mr. Thomas has made a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Smith has seconded. Discussion? Okay, let's put it to a vote. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. Aye. Okay, This brings us down to what's on our agenda as an executive session. It's related to a grievance, but it's really employment of a classified individual. So, and then we have hearings after this. So we're gonna take a break, but I want to get us into executive session. We'll do the break as we go to executive session and then end up in executive session. So my motion is, pursuant to Arkansas law, I move we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment of an employee or employees.
Do we have to vote on this?
Yes,
Motion?
I made the motion.
Second?
Okay. All right, so I made the motion, Ms. Potter seconded to go in for the employment of an employee or employees. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay, we'll be back. Put us on break, and then when we come out, on just a second. Let's go ahead. Am I back? I'm back. Okay. All right. So we have returned from executive session on the first matter, and we do have action to take on the first executive session. I move to approve Norma Evans's grievance settlement.
Second.
Dr. Tate has seconded. I moved. Discussion. Okay. Seeing none, I will put the matter to a vote. All in favor of approving Norma Evans's grievance settlement, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Okay, so I have that 4-2 with the 2 opposed is Ms. Smith and Ms. Potter. Okay, we are going into our 3 to 4 termination hearings. So we'll get that started now. Bobby, go ahead and take us out. So are we there? We are live. Okay. All right, we are back after we're doing the decision on the first termination hearing of the first employee. So do I have a motion on the decision?
I move that the board accept the superintendent's recommendation for the employment contract of Deidre Douglas to be terminated.
Okay. I'll second it. We have a motion from Ms. Smith to terminate Ms. Douglas's contract, and then we have a second from Mr. Thomas. I'm going to put it to a vote now to terminate her contract. All in favor of terminating Ms. Douglas's contract, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. So that passes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to figure out the next termination, and we'll be back. Okay, we are back on our second termination hearing. We're reaching an outcome on this. I'll be making the motion for the second termination hearing. I move that the board accept the superintendent's recommendation that the employment contract of Reagan D. Gray be terminated.
Second.
Seconded?
Okay, I made the motion, Ms. Potter seconded. I will put this one to a vote. All in favor of terminating the employment contract of Reagan D. Gray, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. So the next item is the last item. It's executive session number 2. Pursuant to Arkansas law, I move we go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the employment of an employee or employees.
Second.
Okay, I've made the motion. Ms. Potter has seconded. Vote. All in favor of going into executive session, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay. All right, we will be back. about ready? Okay. So we're back? Okay. We're back out of executive session. No action was taken, no decisions were reached. There's nothing more to say about any of that, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Ms. Ward has made a motion, and Ms. Potter has seconded. All in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. Okay, we're out.